me to take those balls down, I'll take them.
You don't mind?
Yeah.
Because it's slicing the
Huh?
the wind and doing the medicine. Hopefully, well, how much is the
Welcome back to Battle of the Brits Premier League of Tennis for day 4 of 4. It is the final day of action in the third event that Jamie Murray and the LTA have staged this year, and this one provides match practice for GB's top players ahead of the 2021 season, which is coming up pretty quickly now. Now, to kick off this final day on court 3, we have two women who've competed on every day of the tournament so far, so that's commitment for you. It is Silva up against a higher ranked player in Katy, Dunne. Abigail Johnson here, and alongside me, a player that's tasted victory against both the players on court. Anna Smith, welcome to the commentary booth.
Lovely to be here.
How much do you remember about those matches?
Oh, if I'm honest, I didn't remember too much. I just remember that I got the victory, and I think that was all that matters.
That's the most important thing to keep note of for the confidence. These two, both, as we mentioned, playing their 4th match this week, so they've been going at it hard, but also have in recent years had their fair share of injury woes, the two of them, so they'll be especially thankful for this guaranteed match practice ahead of what we all hope will be a fuller 2021 season after the global pandemic that has wreaked havoc really in 2020. Here is Eden Silva, with a singles ranking of world number 490. Career high 424 was achieved last year, so really just before the tour got disrupted. She has a higher career high ranking in doubles. She's currently inside the top 200 in doubles with a career high of 131, which, as Anna, a doubles player, will know, generally shows that you have a little bit of versatility in your game. Don't mind approaching that forecourt, and that can be beneficial in singles as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think from watching her previous matches this week is something that she's really looked to add to her game and come forward and been pretty successful. So I'm guessing that she's going to be using that tactic quite a lot today as well.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see her mix it up. She has won 2 of the 3 matches that she's played this week. She started with a tough task against Emma Raducanu, took her to a second set tiebreak but lost in straights, but then a win over Alicia Barnett in a match tiebreak, and most recently yesterday a straight sets win over Naomi Brody, 6-4, 6-3. And here's Katy Dunne, 25 years old, her career high singles ranking number 212. That was achieved in 2018, and that was the same year that she made her Wimbledon main draw debut. And I actually remember being there when that happened. She had a wild card, ended up on centre court to face Yelena Ostapenko.
I know, I remember that. I think it was a last-minute change on the schedule, one of the to-be-arranged matches, and she got the opportunity to play on centre court, and she might have lost the match, but I could tell she loved the experience, and she pushed Ostapenko all the way, if I remember.
Yeah, she
Pretty
did.
Close match.
Took her to, I think, a tiebreak in the second set, and was really swinging. You have to against a player like Ostapenko. She's so powerful. She's really going to take the game to you, so you have to rise up in response. And I remember Katy saying that she was really nervous because it was so last minute, the change to centre court. And people who haven't been on the grounds of Wimbledon might think, oh, that's the dream, to play on centre court. But the actual experience of going out there, being a British player that the crowd are backing and not wanting to let them down or let yourself down, that's a big deal. So I think it was huge for Dunne to go out there and be able to relax in the end and be able to enjoy the experience. She has lost a couple this week, but is coming into this one on the back of a win over Alicia Barnett, 6-3, 2-6, 10-8. After she got out to the early lead in the match tiebreak yesterday, she finished off nicely. It was kind of baptism by fire, though, for her. She faced Heather Watson and Emma Raducanu in her first couple of matches. Watson striking the ball so deep this weekend, Raducanu with some immense firepower. So I think that she'll have felt battle-hardened going into that most recent match.
I think you're right. I think, like you said, she's had a little bit of a baptism of fire this week. But I think it's exactly what she would have wanted. The whole idea is to try and get you ready for this new season and getting these matches under her belt. But she'll definitely be looking to finish this on a victory.
Well, here we go. The first of 3 matches to be played on court 3 today. There are 6 matches across the day, in contrast to the 8 on the days previously. Over on court 1, it's actually a clash between Aidan McHugh and Jack Pennington-Jones, who came in as a late replacement for Liam Brodie, who had a little bit of an injury issue in his match against Dan Evans yesterday and has had to withdraw. So that is Jack Pennington-Jones against Aidan McHugh on court 1. We have streams for both courts via the LTA YouTube and Facebook channels, so make sure to check them out. And we're looking forward to watching this one with you. Eden Silva to serve. Nothing like some big serves to get a match going, and Silva with the great placement there as well. You could see from the toss slightly over to the right hand side, she was going to target that wide serve. Well, is that an ace to open and an ace to close from Silva? Certainly 2 unreturned serves there, and that will settle her into this one nicely. What do you think is the biggest weapon for Silva?
I'd probably say the backhand. I think she really likes causing some damage with it. Hits it pretty flat and hard. Obviously in this first service game here we've seen that the serve can be a big weapon too, so I definitely think she'll be looking to go after that first serve and definitely try and get on the backhand as much as she possibly can.
Well, it's down to Katy Dunne now to play catch-up as she doesn't get the early breakthrough. Sometimes there is the hope of catching the opponent cold, but nothing cold about the way Silva started this match. That is beautiful depth of shot, straight off the bat.
Just held it nicely on that forehand. Silva wasn't quite sure where she was going to go, so had to risk it to go for one side, and then just placed it nicely into that open court.
Going to have to be careful. Second serve there, and Silva drilled it through the court. Straight into Dunne, took the angle away.
That's one of the things that I think Eden's done very well this week. Just taking those second serves on and hit with massive pace.
Sorry, I was just going to say they do have experience of playing each other before. Forgot to mention it's their second meeting, and their first came at W60 event in Spain last year. Interestingly, Dunne was the winner there in straight sets.
there's just a little bit of confusion about this call.
Well, generally at this event, the players are calling their own lines, so Dunne thought that that one was long from Silva and left it, but the umpire is able to overrule if they feel strongly on a call, and they called that one good. So Dunne in a little bit of disbelief and facing break points here now. One saved. What did you think on that call?
I have to say, I probably thought it was slightly more out than in. I would have been joining Katy in a little bit of frustration at that call.
Felt the same. Can't dwell on it though. Oh, she's quite a character, Katy Dunne. But I can't disagree with her there, to be honest with you. She was right next to the ball and had a good look at it. But the thing is, once a call is made from the chair, any amount of arguing or whatever you do, that's not going to change anything. So you really have to just work on moving on from it.
Absolutely. The amount of times I've got into an argument with the umpire thinking I'm going to change their mind, and I can promise you every time they never do. So she's going to have to regroup here and try and get that focus back. Not the start she was looking for.
2 love then, Eden Silva. Would you say Dunne is the kind of player that likes to go for it? That was a risky return just there.
I'd probably say she likes to manoeuvre the ball a little bit more. Like you saw in that point, I think she's not necessarily the player that's going to hit the biggest, but she likes taking the ball early, taking time away from the opponent in that sense, like she did on that return, and she got that short ball that she wanted, but just didn't quite execute. Well, she took that on, but the length on Silva's first shot behind the serve, I mean, it almost backfired on her, the depth on that return and her positioning. Absolutely. I think that's the danger when you go to the Eden Silva backhand. It's clearly her favourite shot. If you don't get her on the run, you kind of get her in the slot. That's the damage that she can do. Fairly routine service game so far.
That's what she was looking for. Fire off forehand.
Gave herself big margins as well on that return, but still was able to hit it into that open space for the winner.
Oh, that caught, and it gets the rightful applause. Fantastic stuff. And I think that was a great move. Good to see from Silva as well. You could feel that Dunne was just starting to find her groove at the baseline. So she drops in the drop shot to switch things up, take Dunne out of position. Really well executed.
Smart play, like you said. I think Katy Dunne plays the best when she gets that rhythm from the baseline. I've got the impression in that rally she was starting to feel her timing a little bit more. So Silva realised that, threw in that drop shot, and then did that horrible drop shot lob combo that most players really dislike.
Touching the back edge of the baseline. So that'll give us some confidence. A 3-love lead and almost a couple of love holds before Dunne fired that return winner, which will be a boost because Silva, as well as she's played at times this week, hasn't properly hit her stride, I don't think, with her serve. She hasn't gone above 64% first serve percentage, even though she beat Brody in the last match. It was down at 57%, and really you want those numbers to be a little bit higher.
Ideally you would. I think the kind of number we tend to strive for is 70% and above. Obviously that's when you're having a great serving day, but I think for her the serve is such a big weapon, so she needs to keep that high.
Yeah, don't go into the backhand or she will drill that shot and you'll be in trouble. I think maybe she could just see Silva covering out of the corner of her eye there and knew there wasn't much space. That was probably pretty distracting.
That's what happens when you feel like the opponent's finding their time. You feel like you just have to overpress and go slightly closer to those lines.
Well, 3-love 30 on the scoreboard. I think that was a shot she could afford to go for, Silva.
I think it shows the confidence she has in her ground strokes at the moment.
Oh, that's a scorcher.
I think that might be a sign that Katy Dunne needs to stay away from that backhand.
Thought she would have figured that out from one of the first points of this game when she went into the backhand and Silva drilled it back. And she tried her best. But Silva still finding a lot of ground strokes on that backhand wing. It's paying off for her. Forced some pressure on that volley, keeping a shot low. And it's a double break lead. Did you see this coming?
No, I have to say that I didn't. I didn't expect Silva to quite start this red hot.
Oh, that's well played. Great backhand angle to set up the finishing shot. She just kind of brushed up the back of the ball that came from Silva. Used the momentum.
First time she's used the width as well. First time I've seen Silva get into those tram lines. It's been a little bit through the court, which Eden tends to like. She moves so well.
Well, she's not giving up on this set, Dunne, and Silva not feeling entirely comfortable with it, you would think, with that double fault. Is that more of a drop in focus when you're that far up on the scoreboard?
It can be. I think sometimes it is tough to maintain that focus, and Silva has come out here with all guns blazing. It's tough to keep that going every point.
Mixing it up.
Just seems to be picking the right shot every time. I think it easily could have been tempting for her to go for a normal ground stroke off that short ball, but picked the right shot with that slice. Got into such an awkward position and Katy just couldn't reach it.
It's been intelligent play from Silva, hasn't it? More than blasting Dunne off the court. Impressive so far. That's a good bit of blasting though, you know.
Say, she can absolutely still do the blasting as well. She's got all the answers today, and Dunne's really, I think if I were her, I'd be a little bit baffled as to what I could do out there.
Well, that was exactly the right shots to play. Like this, just stretching her back, and that is one of the hardest shots in the book, the high backhand volley.
It really is. I think that's the kind of point that Katy will look to play. Mixing up the height, getting Eden out of her comfort zone.
Bit of conversation about the serve. It's Dunne's call. She thought it was out. Silva thought she saw an overrule from the chair, I think there, but is told otherwise.
I think even the umpire was slightly confused as to what was going on there. But yeah, I think Katy called it long, and the umpire didn't overrule, but Ida thought it might have been in. But anyway, Dunne wastes the opportunity to get that break.
Yeah, she is pummeling that ball now. Oh, back of the baseline for Eden Silva, who has come out here on a roll to start this final day of Battle of the Brits Premier League of Tennis. She has had the 3 matches in the opening 3 days and seems to be benefiting from that form that she's picked up, and she's cutting through this court nicely. Now this interests me because you're very familiar with these courts, which is why I'm asking the question. people assume hardcore under the roof, that generally makes it a faster surface. Heather Watson mentioned on day one that actually the courts are playing pretty slowly. How do you find the courts here at NTC indoors?
I don't find them overly quick. So for me, I think it's just more how well Eden's playing rather than it necessarily being a really fast court. So no, for me, I think that the ball takes, you know, if you hit a big shot, it does skid through a little bit, but I wouldn't say this is the fastest court there is out there.
Yeah, these court conditions very similar to those that will be used for the Australian Open, whose position in the calendar has shifted back slightly due to the coronavirus pandemic. It will now be played in February. During this tournament, players also using the same balls that will be used at that event to help get them nicely prepared. We have a number of players here that will be competing. These two probably just outside of the zone they would need to be in to get into qualifying, but that's something that they'll surely be looking to achieve in future. I think we can see that both of them have the level to potentially get there. At this point, love 5 down is Dunne just thinking, stop some momentum ahead of the second.
I think she's just got to think here that maybe the set is over. Obviously keep fighting, but got to find ways to just try and get her momentum, get that timing, get that rhythm, and just find a way, find a tactic that's going to change Eden's momentum, because she seems to be in that zone. The onus is on Katy to do something.
I think again that one just hung off the back of the baseline. That last game I think was a particularly important one for Silva, because she felt there was a little bit of a dip. Dunne was able to get in a little bit more, and however well you're playing, competitors are always going to have that dip at some point during a match. More like it. That's more of what she wants.
I think you're right though, when it comes to those kind of tiny little momentum shifts, there could have been a potential one. 4-1 is very different to 5-1. You still feel like you've got a chance in that set, but a 5-love down, it's pretty tricky.
Well, at this point, I think it will just be interesting to see if starting a new set does anything to alter Silva's approach to this match, because however well you're playing, it can be difficult to kind of start over again, beginning of the scoreboard. It was a nice attempt, just giving Silva a little bit of a different look, trying to distract her almost with that charge behind the drop shot, but Eden Silva has not been thrown at all during this opener. Finds the mark for the 6-love lead. Now I've got to say I did not see that being that straightforward.
Neither did I. I think maybe Eden didn't either. I think she'll be pleasantly surprised with how well she played in that first set. Came out all guns blazing and really did not let her foot off the accelerator. I think Katy's probably a little bit shocked and didn't quite expect that.
Yeah, for those who have seen Katy Dunne before, you might remember her from, she made waves a few years back, but over the last few years, as we've said, she has had her difficulties with fitness, with health-related issues, and has been kept off the court for prolonged periods. So I find it impressive, actually, that she's reached at least one ITF final, I think, every year since 2013, which is so difficult to do when you're battling these struggles that are actually keeping you off the match court.
It is, and when you have those injury problems, and you know, whether they be long-term or short niggly issues, it's hard to find that consistency and get that match confidence and find that match rhythm. So I think despite what the result is today and what's happened over the last 4 days, I think the key thing for her is that she comes out of this fit and healthy. You can see a little bit of tape on her right wrist, so hopefully that's nothing too serious, but like I said, if she can get through these 4 days and just get 4 matches under her belt, I think she'll be pretty happy.
She mentioned actually ahead of this match, her first match was against Heather Watson, and she said, "It didn't have the best prep coming in, strained my thumb a few days before the event and only had 2 days of practice coming in," which isn't the best preparation for facing a top 100 player. That first point, though, shows her coming out with a great attitude.
I think that's what she needs to do. Completely reset, forget that first set even happened. Almost try and use it as a little bit of a warm-up. And also the mentality with the scoring system as it is. You've only got to win a set and a match tiebreak, so just reset, refocus, think about what you can do to change the tactics.
And this is where it could start getting in Eden Silva's head a little bit. She was on that roll, but now that set is done and dusted. And with the format here, Katy Dunne knows if she can just find a way to get the second set, they go to a match tiebreak. And that format does wonders and brings disasters for the mentality simultaneously. Back. This is a love 40 deficit that Eden Silva's facing. Let's see how that serve holds up. Pretty nicely there.
Yeah, not too bad at all. Just needs a couple more of those to get her out of trouble.
It is worth asking the question from this position on the scoreboard, facing a couple of break points still. Nice response.
Didn't need an ace when you can hit a forehand like that.
Two saved, but still facing one. In what could be an important game for her momentum here, Silva. Oh, very clever. Just staying focused. Seeing that Dunne was stretched out wide on the return and had to recover. Just going back behind.
That one was wide this time, despite her quizzical looks.
She's finding some good depth with that forehand down the line when she needs it. And just for those that aren't familiar with the setup here, during these events throughout lockdown, there haven't been lines, judges and lines umpires just to minimise the number of people present at the tournament. The LTA have done a great job over the months to make the NTC a safe kind of bubble for the players to train and compete in. And there it is, ace down the tee, and she avoids the danger. How key is that, do you think, long term?
I think that's crucial. I think the way that Katy started that in those first 3 points, she'd have been really happy. As you could hear, she was sort of geeing herself up a little bit, realised that that first set was just something she needed to forget about, and then all of a sudden, from love 40, Eden just was on a lady on a mission. 2 aces, I think, and a couple of winners as well.
She's got to take some confidence from how mentally sound she was in that moment, because that was the first time, maybe there was a blip around the 4-love mark in the first set, but that was the first time where she could really have buckled under pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just very impressive the way she was able to stay calm, and the sign of a good player is to be able to play their best tennis when they need to and when they're facing these deficits. And, you know, like I said, brings out 2 aces and a couple of big first serves, some forehand winners, and all of a sudden she's able to keep that momentum going and back, putting the pressure on Katy again. Crucial that she gets on the board. Don't want to go too love down here.
You mentioned Dunne did win the only previous meeting between these two at that W60 event in Spain last year. She actually went on to win the tournament. It was the highest level tournament to date. Beat the world number 124 at the time, Paula Badosa-Gibert, in the final. Better timing there. Lining up nicely for the final off forehand.
Held that forehand nicely as well.
Well, the best she can hope for at this point is a nice, easy service hold to just immediately throw the pressure back across the net. Oh, a bullet cross court.
I think Eden Silva has other ideas. She doesn't want to give up one game here.
I've seen her play some great matches, Silva, over the years, but I think this might be one of the highest level matches so far that I've seen from her. She's just so locked in, barely a drop off. Oh, but not quite holding the position there on the overhead. She'd done everything right leading up to it, and it's a much needed hold for Katy Dunne. I think Silva would probably have taken a lot of confidence from that opening match and the way she finished it. Yeah, it's the only match she lost so far, but we know what stunning form Emma Raducanu's in and the firepower that she generates even in these conditions. And she pushed her right down the wire in that second set, going down in a tie-break. Probably hardened her up for the rest of the tournament. Dunne confirms it caught the back of the line. That would make the highlights reel in any other match, but she's hit so many highlights so far. I don't know about this one.
No, I think I think she might have some competition from a few of her backhand shots that she's hit today.
Oh. They're saying she didn't catch that one?
I felt like it had drifted just wide. It's a great move up the court though. You have the whole court to aim for, but just pushed it.
Oh, that's an unfortunate end for Silva, who showed such great athleticism to get back into that rally. Good grit from Dunne as well.
There's one close call there as well.
Very close.
I think she was a little bit caught in between calling that out. I think it might have just...
Yikes.
Yeah, I thought it might have just been deep.
She gives it a look. Yeah. It's a bit late, isn't it, if you haven't called, and it's tough because the pace of play is so fast, but if you're going to call it, you have to call it right away.
Absolutely. I think she probably would have hoped that the umpire might intervene there, but like you said, it's players calling their own lines.
Back behind. How good is that? And yeah, she has been under a little bit of pressure sometimes on serve. She's faced break points, but every time she's approached it with the same mentality as she has the rest of the match.
She's just found a way to turn these points around, even when she's been in trouble. I think Katy will be pretty pleased with that return that she hit, but Silva was just able to nullify it.
Kept her back in the court. Well done, Katy Dunne. You can tell from the reaction how much effort that took to actually find a hole there to dig into. Shake of the head. I think she's annoyed that that didn't happen sooner for her because she's had some chances.
I think she'll be a little bit frustrated that Eden hasn't dropped her level either. I think sometimes when a player wins the first set so comfortably, you expect a little bit of a drop-off, but Eden hasn't really done that in the second set. Katy's had to work for everything she's got, and she's hung in there well.
Yeah, really took the game to her opponent there to get the breakthrough. And this is the first match of the day on court 3. We've got 2 more to come. The clash between Dan Evans and Cameron Norrie in the second match. We saw them face off a couple of times in the summer's Battle of the Brits team tennis. Always a fascinating matchup, that one. And then Heather Watson will be up against Fran Jones to close things out. Jones had a 2.5-hour plus win over Jodie Burridge yesterday, and it was straight sets. So that tells you how close that contest was, all the way down the wire. As we mentioned before, Aidan McHugh facing Jack Pennington-Jones on court 1 currently. That will be followed by a clash of the young guns, Jack Draper up against Anton Matusevic, and then Naomi Brody versus Jodie Burridge to close out the day. That would have been Emma Raducanu against Jodie Burridge to begin with, but I think Raducanu's played a lot of tennis over a short period of time. Probably best to take a break for her. Definitely out, says the umpire to Katy Dunne. Now, it did look close, so you can understand her asking the question.
Just dropped deep, I think.
Good job we're not in the chat.
Supposed to be decisive, aren't they? I think I'd fail at the first hurdle.
Well, she's come back with intent, Silva. Dunne took the game to her to get the break through, but she hasn't dropped off her stride.
I think the one thing that's been so impressive for me so far this match is just that despite how well Silva's played, it doesn't feel like she's almost playing at her top level. It still feels quite within herself.
Oh, just picked that one up quite quickly, Silva. Dropped it back behind. I mean, the obvious option would have been to go cross-court there, which probably confused Dunne a little bit.
Again, I think it just shows the clear thinking that she's got out there.
Triple break point. Wow, that's a big overall. Dunne called it long. Umpire called it good. Big hitting exchange. And the break that she worked so hard for, Katy Dunne.
To me, it looked like it was out, I have to say.
I have to say it did look long from our perspective.
I think Katy has every right to feel slightly aggrieved there.
Oh, not just that time, in the first set as well. It's got to be so difficult to put that behind you. There we go. That is the way to respond. Channel that frustration. Stood right up to take that on as well. You can see it inside the baseline, taking it from the top of the rise. Well, this has suddenly become a bit seesawing, this match, after quite a steady run of form for Silva. Opportunities for both on the return. And still, even as Dunne begins to find more opportunities, Silva's playing their own game, going about her business as usual. Like that, launched into that cross-court return. Serve sat up a bit, and here we are. She has another break point chance. And a second serve to look at. Doesn't even need to take it on. That is scoreboard pressure telling, as Eden Silva sends down another double fault. And she's already had a couple. I think they've come at some pivotal moments as well for Silva. So still some great form for her, but is showing that she's not immune to the pressure out here. 47 minutes on the clock. It was a swift first set for Silva, was rolling with the momentum. And she might be familiar to some viewers, having made a deep run at Wimbledon last year. Herself and Evan Hoyt got a wild card into the mixed doubles, and they put it to great use. They beat Grand Slam champions and actually almost got the better of the eventual champions in the quarter-finals. So that would have been quite an experience for her.
It really was. I think she spoke about how much she enjoyed that experience, and maybe slightly somewhat unexpected. But again, showing that doubles prowess, and you can see when she's at the net showing how comfortable she is.
Ooh. Just caught the edge, did it?
I think it did.
Fractionally.
Perfect angle.
And once again, she's choosing just the right moments to switch things up. Sometimes when you panic, I guess the tendency is to want to just bang the ball back into court. But nice skill there from Silva. You spoke about that Wimbledon experience for her and her being able to enjoy it. I guess the two situations for these two when they've been at Wimbledon show how the wild card can be a blessing and a curse sometimes. Either it can allow you to relax and play your A game, or you feel the pressure to kind of perform and show that you were worthy of being given that opportunity. Okay, that needed to come out.
Just needed to release a little bit of frustration there, I think.
Yeah, sometimes you just need the big release. But it's about the timing. We were talking about this yesterday when we were watching Jodie Burridge against Fran Jones, and Burridge tends to get quite frustrated, quite annoyed with herself when she's not hit her A game, and it's about when you let the emotion out. The timing of it, not giving your opponent anything to feed off.
Maybe that little scream was exactly what she needed, just to release that tension that she had and the frustration that she was feeling. Came up with a great first serve.
Yeah, tennis post scream has been pretty good for Dunne.
She might want to do it more often.
They say never try the same trick twice. But for now, it seems that she's just loosened up a little bit, has got her focused. I guess if you feel like you've hit rock bottom, the only way is up. But I don't think she's been playing as badly as she thinks. Just the level of Silva has been relentless. As shown. And she's so locked in out here, Silva. And we've seen, Dunne is able to trade with her, to go toe-to-toe. It's nice to see her trying to move up the court a little bit more. But I think that Silva's just had a little bit more of a head for the moment. And the right strategies at the right times. Double fault starting to plague both of them a little now as the scoreboard pressure mounts. Was an issue, I think, for Dunne in one of her earlier matches here. First match against Heather Watson, 6 double faults to the 1 ace. So she's been working to get that under control. And there it goes, swings back. And after one-way traffic in the first set for Eden Silva, we've seen 4 breaks of serve already in the second set. A little bit more unpredictable here.
A little bit, I think both players maybe have just dropped off just a fraction. It's causing it to make it a bit of a topsy-turvy set. Oh, rattling through this game, Eden Silva. More of the same from her. Charge up to the forecourt in the first point, big serve in the second, and that bullet of a backhand to take her to 40 love.
Just as I was thinking, Silva didn't seem to have lost her rhythm despite the opportunities Dunne's been able to capitalise on. There are starting to be a few more patches where she looks a little bit wobbly. Love to deuce. It is so hard, right, to maintain level and focus throughout the entirety of a tennis match, because yeah, some go for hours in length, some are only around the hour mark, but it's still a long time and a constant reset, get ready for the next point, next point. So it continues. This back and forth. Silva, who looked so strong on serve in the opening set, now under pressure for the third straight service game. Drove right through that backhand.
Normal service has been resumed with that backhand.
This would be quite a crucial game really for Silva to get her past the halfway mark of this set with her nose out in front. It's more frustrating for her as well that this has got close since she rolled through the opening set. There you go. Fantastic close from Silva, and she does keep that one step ahead, and it did look precarious for a moment there, particularly after losing the 40-love lead. It's so easy to lose your focus.
It can be, and especially when it's quite so up and down like you say, it's hard to maintain that focus, and she'll be feeling like she's playing pretty well, and you can see the little fist pump came out there, what that meant to her. Wouldn't want to go break down.
See Heather Watson and Jodie Burridge hitting together on the back court. They were out travelling on the ITF circuit together recently. There is Watson. She's actually at the top of the scoreboard, I think, at the moment. The scoring system for this tournament, 3 points for a win over a player ranked inside the world's top 250. For players ranked 251 to 600, it's 2 points for a win over them, and then 1 point even if you can grab a set on your way to a defeat. So Watson currently on 6 points at the top of the table. Raducanu, having withdrawn from today, will finish on 5 points, but Silva herself has 4 points to her name and is looking to potentially add another 2 with a win over Katy Dunne here. Dunne herself on a total of 2 points at present. Great start to this game. He was just very careful with that forehand in the mid-court previously, making making sure that she found the open space, and then pinpoint accuracy on the serve. And that's what you wanted to see more of from Dunne, stretching Silva out.
I think you said it previously, she's been hitting the ball well. But I think against someone like Eden, if you're just hitting it well through the court and not pulling her off the sidelines, you're going to get hurt, and that's what she's shown. Again, there it is, opening up the court with the serve to be able to hit into the space. She's going to have to do that a little bit more.
I think that's her best hold of the match so far from Dunne. And what a time to do it. She'd have been broken there. Eden Silva would have been serving for a straight sets victory. So I guess they say better late than never. I'm not convinced that she has been playing her worst tennis out here. I think she is, or has been at points. But yeah, I think she's just been outplayed in the big moments. Silva's been the more composed.
I think you're right. If you'd ask her after the match if she felt like she played bad tennis out there, I don't think she would say that she has. I think she'd probably just say that Eden has just played extremely well so far.
Brilliant serves to open up this game from Silva. As you mentioned before, it is a weapon for her, and that's why she really wanted to get that first serve percentage up. And when you have a big serve, I guess the temptation can be to overhit, which is why you're lacking that first serve percentage sometimes.
It's finding that balance, isn't it, between the first serve being a weapon, so you want to go after it, but also finding that consistency.
There we go. After the flurry of breaks, some pretty comprehensive service holds there from both players, each to love. Silva having saved break point to hold for 4-3, and here she is just over an hour on the clock and one game away from the set. Can you see this going the distance to a tiebreak?
What I've learned is that you can never predict on tennis. So, you know, I can see Eden smashing through this game very quickly, and I can also see it going to a third set tiebreak. I think obviously the onus is on Katy here to really step it up. She's got to find some first serves again like she did in that last game. And then Eden's just got to really go after it. I think she's got to make sure that she doesn't hang back, keep doing what she's been doing and really look to be the one who's being aggressive out there. But it should be an interesting game. The first 2 points will be crucial.
Yeah, it becomes so mental here, doesn't it? Dunne can't escape the fact that she is serving to stay in it.
Absolutely, you've got that scoreboard pressure. You know, 5-4, you can't afford to make any mistakes. Got to make sure that focus is absolutely at the top.
Here we go then, serving to stay in it, Katy Dunne. Punishes. Wasn't thrown by that net cord. Sprinted up quickly. And then it's so important, isn't it, on that overhead smash to keep your feet moving, to make sure that you're ready. It gathers speed as it comes down the ball.
It almost looked like that smash might have been going out, but she didn't want to risk it.
Smart serve. Silva wanted to find the backhand there, but it came into the body.
Something that I don't think Katy's used enough today, that body serve. As Eden's shown, she likes it in both strike zones, on the forehand and the backhand. You've got to find a way to get out, and the body serve's the perfect chance to do that.
So she's got one of those crucial first 2 points. You can tell what that meant.
In the first set she wasn't winning those exchanges, but just in the second set it's been pretty 50-50, and that's a crucial one to win.
Where she's become successful, Dunne, when she's not moving into the court, is keeping her ground strokes very deep and holding Silva back. You don't want her to allow her the opportunity to step up onto the baseline. She went for it, and it was pretty flat on the backhand wing, not able to creep over the net cord. Well, I did have some concerns for Dunne after she lost the first point of that game, put her under some serious scoreboard pressure, but she responded.
She really did. That focus just felt like it went up a notch in that game. She really knew the importance of it. Came out with some big first serves, and those ground strokes were very impressive.
New balls to serve with for Eden Silva. Let's hope she likes them more than you do. You're not a fan, are you?
No, I really dislike new balls. They fly a little bit too much for me, but maybe that says more about my control than it does anything else. Point exactly, balls fly.
Yeah, so it's only really an advantage if you can get a really big first serve in, or it's going to come back with interest. Over on court 1. Aidan McHugh took the opening set 6-2, going with serve in the second against Jack Pennington-Jones. Streams for both courts on the LTA YouTube and Facebook channels. That's the kind of serve she wants, something that draws an easy put away.
Pretty big second serve to go for there, I have to say. It's such a crucial moment. It's so accurate and got exactly what she wanted, that short ball. Could have been a little bit tricky though, there's ones where it's just over the net, but she dealt with it extremely well.
right shot to go for?
I think so. I think she just didn't give herself big enough margins. She got Katy Dunne out into that backhand corner.
Oh, took advantage of the shorter return. I think Dunne put some pace on it, but it would have helped to have a little bit more depth to stop Silva cracking through. And all in all, pretty impressive hold from Silva given the scoreboard situation.
Very impressive. Again, she just found a way to kind of rein it in a little bit, you felt. A few errors had been coming in the previous service games, but she knew that was important. Didn't cough up too many mistakes, and again, at the big points, came up with the serves and the ground strokes when she needed it.
So once again, one game away, and Dunne responded in style. Last time she was in this position, she's serving for a tie break, so if she can hold serve here, we're guaranteed at least one tie break, first to 7 points, but if Katy Dunne can level up this match, we'll be headed to a match tie break to decide the outcome, first to 10 points. Both players came into this match having won their only previous match tie break played this week, both against poor Alicia Barnett. So I'm sure she took that one on the chin.
I do think she won one of the tie breaks though against Naomi Brody.
She
so
did,
you know, she's
early in the week. She had a great start. Once again, that first point goes the way of Silva. It didn't matter last time. Dunne levelled up, but some serious pressure now. I like that little bit of self-coaching from Dunne there, one at a time, she says. And that's exactly the kind of mentality she has to have here. Don't want to get too far ahead of yourself. Pressure was applied though from Silva's end of the court.
maybe didn't quite make the right shot selection on those passing shots. I think she could have maybe gone down the line on that forehand instead of cross court.
Silva 2 points away. There we go. Got that right in her strike zone. Wasn't going to miss. And once again, she's got her focus back for the big moments. It is double match point for Eden Silva to avoid the danger zone of the tiebreak. feel the tension. Oh, fantastic touch from Dunne. What a moment to produce the magic. Keeps her alive.
I think that's almost the first time she's ventured to the net, and to pick up a half volley like that off her toes, absolutely incredible stuff.
It looked so casual, didn't it?
I know, a little bit of nonchalance we like to see.
Still in some danger though, match point still to save. Take some confidence from that one. And a well-placed first serve takes her to the relative safety of deuce. I think the adrenaline might just have kicked in.
I think you might be right there.
She's painting the corners of that service box right now.
Suddenly found another gear, but again, I think she was right there. I think that could have been going out. Made herself doing a little bit of extra work. Just found the inside of the line, but that was a little bit tight.
I think we should get her on commentary for one of the next matches. She seems to
Definitely be entertaining, wouldn't it?
pretty on point. Interesting to see that. Had worked her way out of danger, but then again served into the backhand of Silva, which is just playing to her strength.
Just something I think that she has to avoid. I think Eden's shown time and time again in this match that that backhand return is one of her key strengths. She's got to find a way to get it into that body or to that forehand.
Interesting that Silva didn't call one of those cross-court backhands from Dunne partway through the rally. Did you notice that one?
Yeah, she's just looking at it now. I think she realised that she was pretty generous. Maybe a little early Christmas present there.
Christmas Eve tomorrow, would you believe it?
Time flies, doesn't it?
And the players are used to at least practicing this close to Christmas Day. She let the pace take her a little bit there, Dunne. I think hadn't quite got her balance back at the net, and Silva with the perfect height on the pass.
I think she was a little bit worried about approaching to that backhand as well. And that might have been the shot to go for, get her on the run rather than right back to where Eden was, but Eden dipped it cross court and Dunne just couldn't quite reach it.
Oh. Whipped it down the line, finds yet another corner, and once more an opportunity for Silva to close out this match. Not with that backhand. And as we said, that's the time to go into that wing when she's stretched. Doesn't have the balancing and the positioning around it. think we'll leave the rest of this one to Katy Dunne.
I think so too. You don't need to beat her anymore.
That really bounced off Silva's strings there. I think a bit of frustration though, because she knows it was a makeable return. And Dunne here with the possibility of taking us to that tiebreak. She does it. That is fantastic stuff from Dunne. Job well done. Didn't even pick up on the pun there, Anna. I'm disappointed.
I think I just chose to ignore it, I have to say.
Here we go. 6 games all. And this is going to make the tiebreak even more mentally demanding from Silva, having had those match points, having been so close and unable to cross the line. Let's see how she starts. What a time for a dead net cord to add to the frustration. I think Dunne, though, as hard as she's worked out here, will feel like she deserves something.
I think so too. I think especially after a couple of those overrules from the umpire, she just thinks maybe I need a little bit of luck, and that could be the one point that just really kickstarts this tiebreak.
A great retaliation from Silva, once again finding the depth of shot, which has been key for her at moments in this clash to set up those final winners that have been so impressive. Well, she's turned it around nicely. It would have been so frustrating to see that net cord drop over on the first point of the tiebreak, having had her chances to close. But this is what we've seen from Silva. Yeah, more dips and rises in this set, but always the ability to bounce back.
It's easy to think she probably could have been in the locker room already, but like you said, impressive regrouping at the start of this tiebreak. Mini break lead. Fran Jones sitting on the back court now. She's third on court 3 up against Heather Watson. Big match for her. Oh, would have been a bit of poetic justice if that had dropped over, but not this time. I think this net cord might just be in Katy Dunne's favour this tiebreak.
It's almost turning into a mini version of the set, back and forth, and just as Silva looks to be asserting herself and taking back the dominant position, Dunne brings it level.
Showing great resilience out here, Katy Dunne. Could have easily been for her to just sort of let this tiebreak run away from her, but no, she's managed to turn it around and get it back onto level terms.
How does she actually get across the line here? Because she's been very resilient in the past few games, but it has always been a case of playing catch up. She hasn't yet been out in front.
I think the most important thing for me is that the times that she's played her best is when she's been aggressive. She's been able to get Eden Silva off the court. I think she's got to try and find a bit more width in these next few points rather than just through the middle of the court.
She got it on the backhand. Not surprising that she went for it, but she wasn't that far around the ball, Silva.
No, she wasn't. But you can tell that she's feeling so confident on the backhand side that even when she's jammed up, she's going big, but just missing deep there.
6-2, 4-2 for Aidan McHugh over on court 1. Was that the return to go for? Slim margins here.
You can understand why she did. I think she feels the pressure that when she doesn't get the first strike in the rally that she's the one on the back foot. So it's understandable, but like you said, I don't know if that was necessarily the right ball to attack on. Maybe go big down the middle and get yourself into the point first and foremost.
Wow. Big moments here. Off the backhand side as well. And you did mention that the backhand side being a little bit flatter, so it does need that little bit more on it to get it over the net, and that return came in fast. 2 serves for it. Oh, she must have felt so many nerves lining up for that drive from the air, but she nailed that mark.
She did so well being brave. Great first serve out wide, and you could see she committed to that drive volley, and it was a perfect shot to go for. Great target. Sets up 2 set points for a complete turnaround in this set.
What a scoreline, and what an angle to finish with from Katy Dunne. Completely reversed this match. It was Eden Silva that rolled through the opening set, and it was Eden Silva that kept getting her nose out in front in the second set. It was Eden Silva that had match points, but it was Katy Dunne with a stronger finish to the tiebreak, and when she had her opportunity, she stepped up to take hold of it.
She absolutely did. I think she's got to be so proud of herself, the way she was able to dig in that tiebreak, having been 3-1 down, I believe, and just finding a way to get through, just hustling and being brave when she needed to be, and you can see how much that meant to her. And now the tiebreak is anyone's game, I think.
It's a toss-up, isn't it? I have to say, I did feel like Eden was so close to the win, and when you've been that close, I mean, she had match points, and you don't get it, it's so difficult to take your mind off that and to not let that interfere. What stands out to you from these stats here?
I mean, to be honest, I think, well, looking at the stats, they're fairly similar. You know, first serve percentage in, just a 5% difference, and the first serve percentage won, again, very, very similar. Maybe just a couple more double faults from Eden in that point. But
the thing with the tiebreak is sometimes stats go out the window because it's a handful of points at the end of a longer set. I mean, look at the breakpoint conversion rate. Dunne was only able to save 2 of the 8 breakpoints that she faced. But, you know, if you can get yourself into that tiebreak, and that was the first time really that she peaked for the big moments. It was all she needed, though.
Exactly. I think tennis comes down to such fine margins. It literally is just 1 point here or there, and that's what showed in the tiebreak. It doesn't matter that Eden won that first set 6-love. It's all about how you play these big points, and Katy played them incredibly well.
To the decider we go. Just a nice settling opening hold there for Dunne, keeping the length on her shots. And we mentioned earlier, it's so key to hold Silva back. Don't let her get into an aggressive attacking position.
You almost sense that Eden was just a little bit further behind the baseline in that rally, and Katy was the one who's a little bit calmer and a bit more aggressive there. And there's less signs of frustration in her self-coaching now from Dunne, but more positivity, more kind of centeredness, more focus. She truly believes that she has the shot to win now. You do get the impression that she's got a little bit of confidence, and she can sense that the momentum is with her slightly. Eden's maybe dropped off a fraction.
And you can only imagine how painfully difficult it is for Silva, because she's played so well throughout this match and yet has been taking the distance and knows that her opponent is within a few points of really snatching this victory from the jaws of defeat.
Yeah, she's got be a little bit frustrated, sorry. When you match point up, it's just literally one shot, and now all of a sudden it's completely turned on its head.
That was well dealt with, and a key moment from Silva. It was that body serve that she had to just slice back into play, and was quick on her feet to defend behind.
Crucial that she didn't go 4-love down. It's a massive difference between 3-1 and 4-love. You still feel like you're right in there.
Well, that is the payback. A little bit of justice for the net cord that went the way of Dunne in the previous tiebreak.
I think it's only fair that Eden managed to get one of her own.
Well, she could put that behind her now. There's a lot of other things still to put behind her, but that one can be put to bed.
Absolutely.
And it gets her right back into this. So crucial really for Silva to come into that changeover level, there was a real chance that Dunne might just run away with this and completely get in her opponent's head, but all to play for. And that's more like it. The cross-court backhand didn't have as much pace as we've seen from her so far, but it had the placement to allow her to finish the job.
You felt like the intensity just upped a little bit from Silva there. I think that the last 3 points have given her confidence. You can see her bouncing around a little bit more.
Did you realise that I'd forgotten to ask you your prediction for this outcome?
I was hoping that you'd done
Yeah,
it just because you're really nice and you know how much I dislike and always get my predictions wrong.
You were just keeping quiet there, hoping I didn't remember.
Absolutely.
It's never too late.
I was going to say, I'll predict if you predict.
I don't want to. That's nice. I mean, the real answer is that I wouldn't have known coming into this because you've got the balance of Silva having been able to bounce back time and time again, but also Dunne really playing against the script to actually take that second set. I would probably have favoured Silva in straights. So when it comes to a match tiebreak, I mean, it is anyone's game, but a good intensity there from Silva in the last few points. And she might just have got hold of something here. Wow. Wow. I think that's the third time this has happened to Katy Dunne this match, and on the couple of occasions prior it was incredibly iffy, and now that baseline is a little bit further away from us. It was the near baseline previously, so umpire's call. But she was in front of the ball there.
It wasn't travelling too fast either, so you'd have thought she got a pretty good look at it.
Exactly. Obviously, if we had lines judges, can't because of the pandemic, but if we did and she challenged, it would have been point replayed if she had a play on it, right?
Absolutely. I'm not sure what they've called here, potentially giving the point to Silva. So it might be 6-4.
Crucial to keep Dunne in touching distance there. And a few times recently under pressure we've seen her step up unafraid to take that drive on, which says a lot about the way she's backing herself in these pressure moments.
Found the big tennis when she's needed to. Again, 6-4 down. Was so brave in that point and finished it with the drive volley.
Again, we seesaw, and it is that rhythm of Silva edging out and Dunne catching up, and that's how it was right until the back end of that second set tiebreak when Dunne pulled away out of nowhere.
It's funny, it seems to be that Katy almost likes being the underdog in the score. We saw again, just being down and just finding a way to turn it around. She almost seems to be a little bit calmer. I don't know whether that's a thing she realises, but she seems to just find a way to know how to hit the right shots and get Eden on the move. And Eden's got to be a little bit frustrated here that every time she gets a little break in front that she can't capitalise on it. You can see her hitting herself with a racket there. A little bit frustrated.
I mean, against a player competing as well as Silva was, she probably thought that it was almost done and dusted, and maybe that did allow her to relax a bit more. Can't beat yourself up over what you can't do anything to change.
hard part in tennis, is not dwelling on what's happened, and that's where the top players are different from the rest, so to speak. I think they're able to refocus and almost have short-term memory loss and forget what's happened and just regroup and refocus. Crucial that Silva does that now.
Oh, it thought about it, sat up on top of the net cord and dropped back down. An absolutely huge moment for Silva. 7-all, still got a little bit of breathing room. 6-8 down, would have felt absolutely on the ropes. Was the win on court 1 for Aidan McHugh to finish off his week here. Five points total for him. Big serve coming through when she needs it.
Just the second serve ace. Huge second serve again, using that wide serve to the forehand to such good effect.
And it's not the first time we've seen her go for a second serve to great effect.
Not at all, but it's pretty brave of her to do that at 7-all in the third set tiebreak, but that bravery's paid off.
Oh, stunning rally. That drop shot lob combination that worked for Silva earlier in the match. She had to do a little bit more work behind it this time, but she held her own.
I think she got a little bit lucky off that return. I'm not quite sure that she meant to hit it that short, but it turned out pretty well for her. And again, coming forward and picking the right shot on the volley. 2 match points.
Wow. Boy, did she throw her momentum into that. The pace cross court.
One of those all or nothing shots. Sometimes you just got to go for it, and she did. Committed totally to it and just caught the line. Silva might have thought she'd got it in the bag there, but incredible from Katy Dunne.
Now a match point on serve. What a contest this has turned into. Finishes with an ace down the tee. What a well-earned victory for Eden Silva. And it could have been over more quickly, had the chance to finish in straights, and that just makes it all the more impressive that she was able to hang on mentally and come through that match tiebreak. Takes her total number of points on the week to 6 points, which levels her at the top of the scoreboard with Heather Watson. So if Watson does fall to a straight sets defeat to Fran Jones, that would leave them level. A fantastic week of tennis from Silva. She finishes up having won 3 of the 4 matches she's played, which is going to be a record that she's pretty pleased with at the end of this.
Absolutely, I think she's got to be happy with how her week's gone. Got 4 big matches under her belt, and it'll be nice to finish it with that victory.
Looking at the numbers there are some close ones, And Silva, again, you know, hasn't really got her serve up to the numbers that she would like this week, and yet she's picked her moments to produce. We saw her go after those second serves in some big moments, and it really is all about that, isn't it? Choosing your timing.
Got to be brave on those big points. You can't hold back, and in that tiebreak especially, we saw it 7-all going for that big first serve. And it paid off for her in the end. She did incredibly well to come through that.
And we have to give some credit to Katy Dunne, who was just completely shut out of that first set, hung on consistently in the second, and forced a decider that did not look likely at one stage. So well done to her. That brings us to the end of the first match of the day. There are still 2 more to come on court 3. Dan Evans up against Cameron Norrie next, and it will be Heather Watson against Francesca Jones to round out the day. I'll be off from here, but it will be Nick Lester and Arvin Palmer, I believe, to take you through the next match, and Anna will be back later. Thanks for joining us, and don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to Roehampton. Battle of the Brits continues here as we are on our final day of this excellent competition, put together of course by Jamie Murray and Mary Greenham and association with the LTA, who have played their part in opening the doors once again here to the National Tennis Centre. And we've got a good men's match in store, we hope. Of course, Cam Norrie looking for his first win of the week. I'm Nick Lester alongside Arv Palmer. Morning to you, Arv. Or is it afternoon? Afternoon now.
Just crept into the afternoon. Yeah, good morning, good afternoon, excuse me. Yeah, looking forward to this one, Nick. Yeah, this should be a good one.
Yeah, we got familiar with watching these two play. I think we were adding up the matches, weren't we? Was it 4 they played already in this format?
Yes, and there's been some close ones. The last match, actually, Cam Norrie had to retire after 4 games. He was 4-love down and had some physical issues, but there have been some very close battles between these two, and it's a nice contrast of how they like to play, a lefty against the righty, and Dan liking to come forward using his slice backhand. Of course, we're used to seeing that over the last couple of years or so on the regular tour, and Cam Norrie has really carved out a fantastic career for himself the last 2 or 3 years as well.
Yeah, indoors probably slightly suits Dan a little more, I would have thought.
I think so. I think he gets a little bit more out of his game. His backhand slice is going to be a little bit more cutting. He'll be looking to come forward as always. That's part of the game plan. There was a nice friendly amount of needle between these two as well.
Yeah, Dan was very vocal as well yesterday in his one over Liam Brodie. It's all in, as you mentioned, it's all with sort of somewhat tongue-in-cheek. But as far as Cam goes, you watched him closely yesterday against Andy Murray. What did you notice, or what level was he producing?
Well, I think he certainly got better as the match unfolded. Unfortunately for him, the start of the match was a little slow for him. A few unforced errors, wasn't making as many balls as you'd normally make. Slow start in the second set, but the thing with Cam is he's such a good competitor. He dug in, he got the break back, and unfortunately he couldn't nick that second set in the end. But the positives are he got better as that match unfolded, so he's got to take the positives from that. Different matchup today. He's going to be a little bit more rushed, I would imagine, with the threat of Dan coming forward and using that slice a little bit more. But you know, he likes to target, and as long as he's aggressive, I think he's got a real shot.
Yeah, Evans getting his first win of the week yesterday. A 11-2 victory over Liam Brodie. Actually bumped into Benny Harron.
That's
just
the
taken one on the back there.
First warning shot there.
Yeah, Benny Harron was chatting to me yesterday after the match, saying how impressed he was. He's only working, I think, with Dan for a couple of weeks, isn't he, Ben?
Yeah, I think so. I think that obviously a lot of the players this week, the plan was to get out to Australia early or do their pre-season wherever, but ended up being here, which is great. You know, fantastic facility. All players have talked about how brilliant it's been here the last month or so, and he was supposed to meet Jono out, his new coach, Chris Johnson, out in Australia a little earlier, but that wasn't to be, so needed a coach just to guide him along this period, and Ben Harron got the nod. He's enjoyed working with him. Been going well. He was certainly pumped up for yesterday's match, wasn't it? Wasn't he, against Liam?
Came out firing really right from the start.
Yeah, it's a great surface for Evans, this indoor hard courts. This is a surface that he's played a lot of tennis on growing up. Midlands area.
World number 32 coming into this week in an outstanding season for the British number 1. He's occupied that position for a year or so now. Certainly enjoyed being in the penthouse of the British rankings, you feel, as well. Probably the only disappointment for Dan this season was the fact, among other things, there wasn't a grass court swing, because, as we know, how dangerous he can be on that surface.
Yeah, absolutely.
So he's made the most of his time on court when he has had the chance to play. We talked the other day about those top 20 wins he had this year. There's been a number of them. We'll keep you up to date with what's happening on court 1 as well. Jack Draper, who's playing excellent this week, probably the MVP in many ways in the men's draw. He's up against Anton Matusevic, who's also played well as Anton. That win over James Ward yesterday. Norrie was over in Spain last week. Had a week or so just training outdoors there and in the Alicante area.
Yeah, nice change up, isn't it, to get yourself out there and get some outdoor tennis. Part of the reason, had an opportunity to practice with some world-class players, Karenya Buster, and a lot with Dunne as well. And one of the reasons why maybe a little slow out the blocks. This battle of the Brits, the fact that he was playing some outdoor tennis, the adjustments playing indoors, take a few days.
Evans losing his first match of the week against Andy Murray. Good battle. Before that win over Brody yesterday. A little over an hour. Interesting to see the serve patterns that Norrie produces today, how much he mixes things up.
Being a lefty, he's going to use the wide one on the ad side, but he's got the flat one too, and power it through.
As you say, he's had a tremendous run in the last couple of years to come out of TCU as he did, unranked. Really tore through the challenges, didn't he? Spent no time at all in terms of at that particular level. Established himself on the main tour.
Yeah, he won a lot of matches, didn't he? At that level very quickly. It does take some players a fair bit of time, 3-4 years to get through that level, break through, but not Cam. Decision quite early that he was going to go to American University. What a decision that was, the right one for him to make at the time. Can sometimes get a little lost in professional tennis, but it felt like he wasn't quite ready at that point to turn pro.
He's got this tremendous engine. Here's Cam Norrie. Really can last all day out there. He's one of those guys who physically is one of the very best on the tour. Where he's so good, and his ability to take time away off a ball like that.
Yeah, ball two, always very important for him to get that first strike in. Certainly behind his first serve, looking to dominate on the next shot, work his way forward if he can. Not the tallest, so he wants to maximise on his service games, just 5'9", and maximises, you feel, technically on that serve. It's a good first serve he has.
So, quick hold for the British number one here. were telling me that the plan for Dan is to go and play that week prior to the Australian Open.
Yeah, just speaking to him a little earlier, I think that is the current plan, not to play at the start of January. Of course, there are some tournaments. I'm right in saying it's Delray Beach and Antalya, but he's choosing not to play either of those, but just to go straight to Australia, do his quarantining and do his training out there, and then play either Melbourne 1 or Melbourne 2. Unfortunately, ATP Cup is not an option because GB don't qualify. Fewer teams this year in ATP Cup.
Yeah, 11 will be in, and plus Australia to make it up to the 12, I understand.
There's going to be a lot of tennis being played in Melbourne that week. 2 regular tour events and ATP Cup.
It's a good one too. He's going to take the forehand a little bit earlier this year.
That's when he's at his best, isn't he? He's taking that forehand, particularly up the line on like that. It's very impressive. Also flatten it out a touch as well. More effective.
It's a lot of work on that forehand, as we know. There's Cam Norrie as well. It's a heavily spun ball. Norrie with a slender 2-1 lead in this first set. Interesting to see where Cam's career goes, won't it, from here, because I think it's fair to say that he's a guy that will maximise everything he has.
Yeah, absolutely.
How much more he can get out of his game right now.
Yeah, I think he can still make improvements. Make sure he's playing the right way, just being a little bit more advantageous, particularly off that forehand wing. Try and be as aggressive as possible, come forward as well. Hit through slower conditions. Get himself back inside the world's top 50, the immediate goals, and then try and break his career high, which is 41. Likes to play a lot as well, Cam. Mentally, he is there week in, week out.
Yeah, I think he is going to Delray Beach. As far as I'm aware, you might better tell me otherwise, but I think I saw he was on the entry list.
Yeah, it would make sense, wouldn't it? He's playing in the States, he feels comfortable out there. It's a good surface for him, outdoor hard. Ambitious, you feel?
Not easy to go after Cam's backhand, is it, either, because the ball, as we mentioned, does come through at a fairly low height, so you're not, in terms of your contact point, it can be tricky, can't it?
Yeah, you're hitting up on the ball. And zipping through too. Often you're dragged forward because it lands it pretty short at times. Only you're trying to be aggressive with it, but you're being pulled forward up the court. Less court to work with. Especially the one that he strikes cross court, Norrie.
quality point.
Patient play from Evans there, just happy to trade forehand to backhand. Picking the right time to come forward.
Of course, on the counter side of the argument, it is tougher for Norrie in a situation like that to dip the ball, because the way he hits it, it's just not that sort of shape of ball, is it?
Doesn't play with a lot of spin. Almost having to skim it across the net. Different story off the forehand wing. You can see a lot more shape used to that passing shot. You can hit that one cross court as well and use the shorter angle. Likes a passing shot, Norrie. Good serving. Tremendous amount of shoulder rotation to his serve. Evans almost has his back. He does actually have his back facing his opponent. Throws that ball up.
Who worked with Dan in the early days? Because Leighton Alfred was involved, wasn't he?
Yeah, Leighton Alfred was involved. That is my earliest sort of memory of his coaching.
Mark
Taylor as well, yeah, worked alongside Leighton. That was all pretty much done at the Nottingham Tennis Centre. Indoor facility, outdoor courts as well, plenty of those. Grass courts in later years. Tour event was played there for many years. Sorry, no. Says a fair amount of aggression coming off that backhand wing, heading through a few more.
He's done a fair bit this week from what I've seen of him.
Maybe that's the plan for next year, driving through the backhand. He's proving he can do a little bit of everything. Evans, a bit of grinding and seen his aggression as well.
That's a good hit. That's a very difficult ball, as we mentioned, to cope with. quite get over that one though. As Cam Norrie maintains the lead in this opening set. 3-2. Kyle Edmund's been on site this week as well. Fair bit. I think he's actually practicing on the far side. He's been practicing a fair bit this week anyway, even if he's not. Recovering from that, just that minor knee op that he had. Get back to full fitness again.
It's an injury that's been bothering him for a while, isn't it? I think he just wanted to put an end to that and had a little look in, but no real issues, which was good, so he could get back out on court pretty quickly.
He's been working hard in the gym. Every morning I've come in, I've seen him here. And there's a physio, Will Herbert. Anton Matusevic, I can tell you, has a break against Jack Draper at the moment on court 1, 4-2 for Matusevic. Scored a fair few points this week as Anton. Jack actually top of the leaderboard in this event. It's 3 points for a win against the top 250 player, 2 for anything else, and 1 for if you win a set and lose a match. Too much air to that return.
Cutting that slice very low when it comes through. Difficult to get your racket underneath that ball.
Return. Such a short swing.
Don't often see winners from that part of the court either. He was about 3 meters behind the baseline.
This game has got a little more complicated than you might have otherwise thought.
a good recovery from Evans. Could have closed this game out a couple of points ago, but regroup there. Pushing Norrie way back.
He just couldn't get out of that position, could he? Couldn't find enough length on the ball to keep his opponent back. Was a little tougher than it might have been, but Evans secures a hold.
See him miss a backhand like that. Bread and butter normally.
Naturally, the shape of the ball moves away from his opponent as well on a shot like that, so it can be awkward, but we're just fading too far away.
You can see he was trying to apply some pressure, coming right up there, Evans, but didn't put Norrie off. Decent second serve.
That's a decent volley.
Yeah, good zip behind that one. It was a low one to deal with, actually. Had to strike it well, use the angle intelligently. And this builds confidence coming forward like that for Norrie. Start dealing with these sort of volleys in this way. Encouraging. Good technique there. It's interesting to see Evans taking such a deep position on the returner serve. Swinging away from him. And just close off those angles a bit and come a little more forward. I think he's doing it naturally more on this side. Protecting the wide serve.
If you can get the ball up a little higher to him like that, because of the nature of the swing, occasionally you're going to get a few in the net just by the way he hits it. And that was the case there. Didn't quite stay through the ball.
only just missed it. A superb point from both.
Well, Kyle Edmund was actually up.
100% that ball was that.
Yeah, the best view of anyone.
Yeah,
He's
absolutely.
on that line.
I don't think he wants to get involved though, but I think Evans is pretty fair, isn't he? He actually called his own ball out at match point against Murray. That's how fair he is, but yeah, it looked as if it just missed, but tough to tell.
And the umpires have to get involved there as well.
But that is a very good recovery from Norrie. Didn't let that bother him. Keep it low enough. Very much a feel backhand. You've got to keep that ball slightly lower than that, or it's going to fly on you. That's a nice change up on a big point, not going out wide. Got to go up the tee just enough to keep Evans guessing.
Quality. And the smash was not a particularly easy one, but he certainly made it look it.
Impressive backhands. This one in particular, taking it on the line, up the line, on the rise. It's not easily done that. Changing direction. Got to get that clean strike.
Giving himself another chance here.
Yeah, which side does he cover here? The wide one or up the tee? Hung back and opened up the angle. Good serve from Norrie. Spinning away.
Long game, this one. Long game.
Finding the first serves. Big moments.
Scraps, he loves winning, Norrie.
It's a good game, a very good game to win for Cam Norrie. This has been tight, this opening set. Norrie able to save the break points and continue to lead 4-3. It's been a good 40 minutes or so these two have been out here already.
There's going to be some tired legs, it's understandable. They've put in some really hard work the last month or so. Maybe some fatigue. You're going to have to dig deep here mentally.
The National Tennis Centre reopened in the middle of May. It's effectively been a hub for all these guys and girls out here to leave themselves almost within their own bubble here inside the NTC. Of course, facilities on site for players to stay. A lot of players have been doing that.
If it wasn't for this place, I mean, training would have just been so up in the air. It's provided a place where they've been able to get together and no distractions, just get the work in. Play some matches with some real meaning. They're all here, so why not? Playing practice matches anyway.
Of course, they've upgraded the clay courts here at the NTC as well. That happened in the spring, didn't it? Put the new clay courts in.
Yeah, they have a bubble over them at the moment, so they can train on the clay in the winter months if needed. Outdoor hard courts were resurfaced as well.
New balls in this game. Playing with the Australian Open ball this week.
Just flying a bit, and perhaps Evans a bit impatient there. I think it was the right idea from Norrie, but just couldn't get the height to the lob. Smash, was it? Almost more like a high forehand volley, that one. Good pop behind it still there. Truly very comfortable around the net. Evans, a lot of players out, the default setting is to sit back and get involved into a rally, but Evans just slightly different in that regard. He looks to press and come forward.
You can see his frustration, control of the point.
these errors this week from Norrie. Mistakes that you normally wouldn't see from him. Such a big point. It's annoying. Quickly onto that one. Super movement up the court from Norrie. Just flicked that one away.
Yeah, this was the shot that really turned the point his way.
I love the movement through the ball. Watch here, he doesn't stop to play the backhand. He just uses his legs to drive forward. Takes even more time away from Evans.
Another game where players find themselves a deuce, having to work hard to hold.
No, no.
Just wanted confirmation that was long, Evans.
Anyone would think you've never hit a tennis ball if you can't see that.
Still trying to get used to calling their own lines.
Nice first volley. He gave Evans the toughest possible pass. He nearly pulled it off.
He was volleyed well today, Norrie. Pushed Evans back. I said that, he wasn't far off there, just clipping the top of the tape. It's a tough forehand to take on. Slightly shorter going over the high part of the net as well. It had gone over. Norrie was there.
So further chance for Cam Norrie here to get the first break. He saw him coming. It was a bold move behind the second. He wasn't anywhere near it in truth.
And they took a very aggressive position on that second serve, Norrie, so he was looking to be ultra aggressive there. Clocked that one. That was a superb strike.
As we mentioned, Norrie looking for his first win this week, having been beaten by Jack Draper and Andy Murray in his previous 2 outings.
Missed the easiest shot of the rally there. Evans did so well to hang in. Norrie using his backhand to full effect, spreading the court nicely. There's another good first volley from Norrie as well.
That is delightful stuff. Growing in confidence.
That just adds a completely new dimension to Norrie's game. He's able to come forward like this and pull off these sort of volleys. Full stretch there. That wasn't easy. Okay, not completely full stretch, but he was under a fair bit of pressure, having to move to his right.
And the perfect way to put the seal on the opening set for Cam Norrie. He's been excellent. There was not much to separate them in truth. Norrie able to break free. 6-3, he wins the first set.
And as you would expect, it was pretty physical as well. Some long service games, but it was Norrie that made the first breakthrough. He's continued his improvements this week. A little bit of a slow start in the Murray match, but playing very nicely. That was his first serve percentage, just a little low for his liking. Effective serving from Norrie. Those big points, he was able to find those serves when he really needed them the most as well. Could have been a completely different story for Evans if he were able to take one of those 3 break points, but it was good play from Norrie. And closed out the set in some style. Good set of tennis.
Yeah, it really was. Lots to like about it. Evans has just gone off for a short break. Last week here we had the British Tour Masters. Props to the LTA as well, of course, for all they did during the pandemic. The first federation to put in place a multi-million pound support package, some 20 million. A lot of coaches were the beneficiaries of some help as well. And of course tennis was wiped out in the spring. Tom Matusevic, I can tell you, is up a set and 2-1. On Jack Draper on court 1 right now.
It could have easily been 3-1. There was break point for him. Point you can hear in the background.
Big boy, Anton, isn't he?
Well, he's strong. Very impressive game as well. Big serve, big ground strokes. He's found a very good balance from the back of the court this week. Being aggressive, but controlled. To knuckle down. Starting the second set, Evans, a loose forehand. Norrie got some momentum after taking that opening set. Well, the net court. Evans, I think Norrie was just trying to draw the error out of Evans there. Didn't come.
That's really well done. To diffuse a difficult situation with the lob. By Evans' standards, is a disappointing miss. It's a disappointing scoreline as well. From his point of view, it's a set and a break now.
I feel right now for Evans it's going to take a bit of an effort mentally more than anything to dig deep here to get himself back in. Try and keep the intensity levels nice and high, because you know Norrie's will remain very high. To extend his lead and push through this second set as quickly as possible. serving. Been a good display. Variation has been good from Norrie.
And even that doesn't perturb him. We'll change up, something different from Evans, but not getting any joy right now. Fast start to the second. Cam Norrie. Parents, of course, based down in New Zealand, live in Auckland, and mum and dad. Spent much of his youth in New Zealand.
Dad Scottish.
He is.
Mum Welsh. Born in Joburg.
That's right.
It's quite a mix, isn't it?
He is. The junior was Cam, wasn't he? 13, 14. Apologies for the language. A bit more on the forehand from the British number one.
It was a good angle he found actually under pressure. Evans made the difference. Not easy to find on indoor hard courts, things happen so quickly.
It is a very fine finish for Dan Evans, who needs to collect himself here. He's up against it. Norrie of a set 2-1.
He's got time to try and get himself back into this one. Early break, so no panic just yet from Evans on return. I'm sure he'll create a couple of chances for himself along the way, as whether he can take them. We'll look to continue to try and serve as he has the last few service games. It's been good from Norrie.
Very good display so far from Cam Norrie. He's looked very disciplined, only from the first ball. Kept his counsel. these guys yet to win an ATP Tour title. Of course, Evans has come very close. Norrie made the final in Auckland, shouldn't be forgotten, a couple of years ago now.
I think that's going to be a huge goal next year, is actually to try and win their first title. You'd imagine it's going to come at that 250 level.
Yeah, Evans looked to be on course in Antwerp, didn't he, this in the autumn? Those match points to defeat Ugo Humbert in the semi-finals. Really well.
Cannot miss this. Cannot.
I think he had at least one match point, didn't he, in that final in Delray Beach?
Yeah, he did, didn't he?
Against Albot.
There's only one player ranked above him. That's yet to win a title. That's Filip Krajinovic. They're 31 and 32 in the world, respectively. Matter of time on census.
His first final in Sydney a few years back, and that was against Gilles Simon. Not Gilles Simon, excuse me, Gilles Muller.
Disappointed again with the miss. It was the play he used a lot of against Norrie here when they first played in the summer. It's 3-1, I can tell you now.
To cover the open court there, Norrie. So very tough to twist and turn and try and get back for that forehand from Evans. Always an effective play back behind.
Matusevic was in control against Jack Draper, now finds himself down in the second, 4-2. Did take the first though, the youngster from Kent. Good.
Oh, there's just nothing you can do about that. You've just got to take it on the chin. Really unsure about the call. The positive thing is he's still 40-15 up here.
Sure, Dad. Sure, Dad.
Evans hangs on. Cam Norrie in a strong position here. And if he can continue to produce at this level, he'll certainly be happy to end his week with a victory. Set in 3-2. Thinking back to a couple of lefties, of course, that Dan's lost to this year. He lost to Nishioka, didn't he, in Australia? He lost to Corentin Moutet at the US Open.
Yeah, it can be tricky, can't it? Into that backhand wing, and a wide serve, and of course that hooked forehand that has proven so difficult for right-handers to deal with, single-handers. I can get a fair amount of movement off this court, even though they're playing indoors, and you tend to try and be a little bit more aggressive and hit a little bit flatter out there, but it's just a natural shape for Norrie. His forehand to play with a touch more loop and spin.
The finish. There's Evans still trying to find a way to turn this match in his favour.
Come on, Evan, come on!
Can't fault these guys when it comes to competing and digging in.
Frustrated in his inability to find the court there.
A super pick-up from Evans. It's very difficult to deal with, but he actually got a very good length on it.
Time running out for Evans. This is a big point in the context of the match.
Well, attack-mindedness that we've seen from Norrie this match so far is paying off again. Such a big point, but he's willing to come forward. He has volleyed very well today.
He's going to rub salt into the wounds. Evans clearly frustrated. Set point for Jack Draper to level things up over on court 1.
Oh. Get a little bit of sarcasm there from Evans.
Done so well.
I was unsure whether to play. Have to play it. May have been landing wide, but it's a good dig from Norrie. Good speed and find the width. Looking for that final push you feel here. Norrie close this one out.
It is actually 4-2, isn't it? Rather than 3-all, as the scoreboard says. It will be 5-2 in a minute.
I think from this position, golden opportunity now. Worked out that time from Evans. Looked a little tucked up on the drop shot, but well manufactured.
Been outstanding from Cam Norrie, especially in this second set. And he, it seems, is going to get his first victory of the week here at Roehampton. He's up 5-2.
Laser-like focus from Norrie. Last couple of games, Evans just having a mental wobble. A couple of things not going his way, and just rattled a bit. This guy's taken advantage along with his very good play. Nice way to close things out. His campaign here this week, he's got better and better each day as Norrie. That's encouraging. I guess to do it with new balls as well.
Evans having a chat with Ben Heron in the corner there. So Norrie serving for victory. Phenomenal tennis from both, and Evans not done just yet.
Yeah, it's so good to still see him trying to make Norrie earn it. That was great athleticism on that final shot from Evans to get up to it. So well struck, so well disguised. There's just no chance of getting anywhere near that one. Dipping a lot at the last second.
Took a while to hit his stride this week. To be fair, on his opening match, Jack Draper was red hot. Quite find his level that day. One's not coming in off quite the right ball. Coming off quite enough.
The big points, he's been able to find the first serve. Could do with another one of those.
Still break point.
That's a chance. Gone begging there for Aaron Seals. A very makeable forehand. He's just mistimed it. Didn't quite have the feet in the right position.
Once again, Norrie proving relentless. Was asked a few tough questions, but his movement exceptional again. Keeping Evans pinned in that backhand corner. Match point. It's a first win of the week for Cam Norrie here. Once again he overcomes Dan Evans, the British #1, beaten by the left-hander. It was impressive throughout from Norrie. He comes through in straight sets.
It's a nice way to sign off this week for Norrie. Got better and better as the week unfolded, which is very encouraging for him. That was a very strong performance from Norrie. Impressive, served well in the big moments, played the big points slightly better than Evans. Straight sets, but it was still a physical battle. Well done.
Yes, and that also means that the match on court 1 between Jack Draper and Anton Matusevic, that is in a match breaker at 6-5 for Matusevic, is going to decide who wins this battle of the Brits Premier League. It's currently, as I mentioned, 6-5 for Matusevic. It's set a piece, 6-3 for Matusevic the first, 6-2 for Draper the second, and we will keep you up to date with how that one unfolds. But that effectively has become a straight shootout. One more match to come for us here. It's a ladies singles match, and that'll be coming up in a few minutes from now. Good afternoon from the National Tennis Centre once more. 3 days of very good competition here at this Battle of the Brits Premier League of Tennis, and we have one more match remaining. And it will involve Heather Watson, who has the opportunity to win this event with a win here today, taking on a lady who's been impressive, particularly yesterday. Fran Jones with that victory of hers, in particular over Jodie Burridge. Nick Lester is my name, alongside Anna Smith. Anna, how are you?
I'm very well. How are you doing?
Yeah, very well. It's been a good week so far, isn't it? I think obviously the idea was to get players as much competition as possible, and you've got to think everyone that's been involved has benefited hugely.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been fantastic tennis over these 4 days. We've seen some great matches, and hopefully we're going to culminate in another good one here.
What do you made of Heather's tennis? Obviously winning every match she's played so far. As far as from what you've seen of her, how's she looked?
I think she's looked pretty good. I think she'll be happy with how the week's gone. I think she's got better as the week's progressed. Seems to be moving well, looking very solid from the ground, and she'll be happy with where she's at leading into 2021.
Certainly will, of course. As we mentioned yesterday, prior to the pandemic hitting, she was in good form. That win in Mexico, always plays well in Mexico. She talks often about how comfortable she feels in that part of the world, whatever it is. Her success rate in that country is very impressive indeed. And adding to her resume with that victory down in Acapulco back in early March, before things of course were halted. We saw Heather partake in the team event here in the summer, seemed to enjoy playing there, and of course last week was in Dubai. Made that trip over to the Middle East to go and compete in the $100,000 event. Very strong event, made the quarterfinals, got a couple of wins before ended up losing in the last 8 there. But hopefully from her perspective, onwards and upwards in 2021. And actually, if you look at where Heather is, she's not a million miles away from a career high. I think something like 15-20 spots off her career high, with probably not much to defend at the start of the year. No,
she's definitely going to be looking to try and improve on that. Like you said, she's not too far off that career high, so she can get a good start to 2021. The world's her oyster.
Give us the Fran Jones story. Of course, I'm sure people will be familiar, if you follow this sport closely, as to the physical problems that she's had to endure throughout her career, but just fill us in a little bit as to her story.
She moved to Barcelona at a young age. I believe she was about 9 or 10 when she moved over, and then decided that she was going to, evolve her tennis over there. Started at an academy, and has been there ever since. And she's got a great team around her. Andrew, her coach, and Roberto, her fitness trainer, seem to be fantastic. And then, they've improved her a lot, and she's playing some fantastic tennis at the moment. Yeah,
I think parents were from Yorkshire, weren't they, originally? That's where they came from. I think Bradford was the city that she was born and bred in, and they moved down to Surrey, I believe Anne was telling me yesterday, and Kiathabong, the Fed Cup captain, they were moved down to Weybridge area, lived there for a while. But as you mentioned, she has spent much of her time in the warm climes of Spain. What does she do well on a tennis court?
I think many people from yesterday will have seen that the huge forehand that she possesses. She does a lot of damage with it, and she's not necessarily a typical female style, the way she hits with a lot of heavy topspin. Most of the girls try and hit a bit flatter through the court, but I think you'll see here the topspin and the kick she gets on that forehand, and is able to mix up the variety. Good on that backhand side as well. She's able to hit through the court pretty well, but I think you're going to see a lot of forehand use from her, just trying to get round and hit it as much as she possibly can. Yeah,
there's some good results. You were talking to me about it off air in terms of how she's played really since the tour resumed. A good run in Prague, you mentioned that, and has had a fair few wins, hasn't she?
She's racked up a pretty high win percentage since lockdown ended, and she's got to be coming into this confident. You could see yesterday in those big moments she stepped up and played well, so yeah, I'm expecting this to be a pretty tough one for Heather.
Made the semi-finals of the event in Istanbul back in late October, did Fran. And a win over Jana Fett along the way there, eventually losing to Vera Zvonareva 2-1, the veteran Russian. Also had a good run in Prague. Certainly not afraid to get on the road, is she? You look at the tournament she played, almost back-to-back weeks pretty much all the way through September, October, I guess making up for a little bit of lost time there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one thing she said to me before when I was chatting to her just down at lunch is that she hasn't played too many matches in the sort of last year, so she was very keen once lockdown ended to try and get as many matches under her belt. I think she used the COVID situation to try and get in as good shape as she possibly could, and got a really good training block in, so she felt like she was probably in the best shape of her career to move forward, and you could tell in the results that all that hard work has paid off.
Good battle last night. Heather Watson came through against Emma Raducanu, was down a set and 2 love, 15-40. Didn't look good for a while there. So often we see a player not able to get a double break, things can shift in a heartbeat, and that is how it unfolded here yesterday evening. And therefore Heather Watson currently top of the pile of this Premier League, with the opportunity to add to her tally, which would see her win this 3rd edition of the Battle of the Brits. I'm assuming, and please tell me if I'm wrong, but I'm assuming these two wouldn't have practiced a whole lot, would they? Or how much has Fran been here?
She has been here a little bit the last few weeks, so she'll have been practicing, but I'm not too sure that I've seen these two take the court too much, I have to say.
Fran went to the Sanchez Casal Academy, as Anna was saying. Of course, Andy Murray trained in his early days. Huge facility down there, so many now academies down in Barcelona that have grown over the years. Slightly more difficult week, I guess, for Heather, in terms of she has the target on her back, doesn't she, a little more than some of the others do?
I think she'll be so used to it now, though. She's been at the top of female British tennis for so long. She knows how to handle that pressure, and she's done it so well over the years.
This would be the ideal start. Those extreme grips as a result of playing a little more on clay in Spain, do you think, maybe?
Yeah, I think so. I think they've taught her to get a little bit more shape on the ball compared to maybe some of the British players that we see. Hit it a little bit flatter.
a chance to break. Some very good hitting, putting Heather Watson under a lot of early pressure here. Forehand the bigger shot?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that game showed you exactly what she's going to bring to the court with that forehand. It's not just trying to penetrate through the court, she's going to be using that width, that angle, varying the height as well, and Heather's going to have to find a way to get her out of that hitting slot, because as soon as you get it in that forehand zone, I'm going to be paying the price.
We have a ladies singles match taking place right now. Naomi Brodie and Jodie Burridge on court 1. Just got underway there. And Norrie, meanwhile, is actually over on the 4th court, just right next to where we're watching. With Jamie Delgado after his victory yesterday. A good one it was against Cam Norrie as well. Pleased, I think, Andy, with what he's been able to do on the match court this week. I think we've got a few extra balls in play here. A bit of confusion. Just moved across from the other court. Quite get enough on the approach.
Something I think she's looked to add to her game, getting forward a little bit more once you've got such heavy ground strokes, adding that final element, I think, but just not quite getting good enough width with that approach shot.
Heavy ball that Heather hits, isn't it? We talked about it the other day, but it's just the weight of shot, and that's a really good evidence there of what it can do to an opponent.
Especially when she hits with such good depth as well. You just feel like you're just being pushed back, and as you can see, Jones was just on the back foot there and just couldn't quite control it.
So a couple of decent returns, and then a break apiece to kick off this match. And it's been here a lot over the last month or so. Of course, the WTA Tour, in terms of what they were able to put on, there weren't actually many events, were there, post-US Open? Just a couple here and there. Too many opportunities for the players to compete.
I think Heather used it as a slightly longer pre-season than they normally would. Got in a lot of fitness work. Saw her working hard in the gym, so in pretty good shape heading into this new season.
With Great Britain due to face Mexico in the Fed Cup in April. Vicky Ethelong's been here all week in her role as Fed Cup captain. I don't know who's doing what. Possibility that that match will be played here at the NTC, depending on whether fans are allowed in or not. Not. I think it is going to be here, isn't it? Is that what you understand, Adam?
That is my understanding. I think all the players, obviously, ideally they would want fans, but if it's not, they obviously know these conditions so well, so it can only be in our favour.
Make the room for the forehand there, did she?
No, just got a little bit jammed up. Ideally should have just taken another couple of steps around it to get in that perfect position, but Jones doing well to get it through that middle and creating another break point for herself.
Heavy return down the middle, proving effective. With the grip being where it is, the opportunity to try and rush her on the forehand is there somewhat.
It is a little bit. I think that's something that Fran's been working on when she's been rushed, throwing that ball up a little bit higher. Not feeling like she's got to go big off that ball again.
So not looking entirely sure, but chair umpire just asked whether he agreed with the call.
Still don't think I'm totally sure who's calling what.
With a little bit of time though, that's what she can do to you.
She holds it so well as well, so you can't really tell where she's going to go. Normally she rips that one cross court, but just held it a fraction longer and was able to just rip it down the line.
So 3 successive breaks out here to kick things off. And Fran Jones leads again, 2-1. Yeah, first singles outing of the week yesterday, and that win over Jodie Burridge, 2 hours plus, 5 and 6 it was in the end. Certainly was a very physical match. You can see she's got the notes out.
I saw her writing them at lunch, so just going over the key points that she needs to remember for this match today.
Heather Watson made that move to Florida as a teenager, just 13 years of age. In fact, Heather was when she made the decision that she wanted to follow a professional tennis career. Mum and Dad very supportive. Of course, we've seen Mum travel a lot with Heather over the years. Works closely with Ryan Harrison. Christian and Ryan Harrison's father, Pat, who's also played a big part in her career as Pat Harrison down at IMG. Travelling now with Alex Ward. Is Alex going to do a bit of next year? Is that the feeling?
I think that's the plan, yeah. I think they've worked together a little bit this year, so it's gone pretty well. So they're going to keep that partnership up next year.
Change what you need from a coach? I know when you sort of Heather's experience, 10 years on tour, late 20s, and what is she looking for out of a coach these days, do you think?
I think it's just someone to help you have that clarity when you go on court, just to give you that clear game plan, just being able to help you tweak a few things off the match court when you need it. But I mean, she knows her game in and out pretty much. It's all about the small margins at her level.
Any small margins on that return, and I'm not sure anyone knows if that was good or not. I think it was.
I think Fran called it out, but the umpire might have overruled it. Looks like it's 15:30.
Another tight one. Slightly half-hearted call, wasn't it? The fact that it almost looked like she called it after she'd missed it, I think, was the problem.
I think she's saying that there's been a couple of other calls that maybe have been a little bit late as well.
Bit of spice, we like that. We don't mind that, Anna.
A little bit of feistiness, it's always
Yes,
good.
Absolutely.
I think Heather always plays her best tennis as well when she's a little bit fired up. See that emotion coming out, she's always takes her game to another level.
You've got some reason to be right now. Living with her at the moment is Jones, playing shot for shot, good pace.
It's the way that Jones likes to play. She likes to be the one to dictate the points. But if Heather can get her on the run, it's not necessarily Fran's favourite way of playing.
find a way through this game though. One of the reasons matches perhaps have been taking a little longer is the fact that players obviously having to collect their own balls, so that takes a little bit of additional time. Good. Certainly picked the first one up nice and early, didn't she? Top of the bounce. And a couple of costly doubles. Ensure a fourth break in a row here. First meeting between these two players. Silva playing with a new racket this week, isn't she, as well?
Looks like she switched back to Babolat. She was with Dunlop for a little while, but clearly favouring going back to the Babolat one. She had a lot of success with in the past.
Not going to have a lot of success with that drop shot though, if he plays it like that.
I think it was the right shot, but just not quite executed as well as she knows she can. I saw her in the warm-up practicing a few forehand and backhand drop shots, but she's hitting it a lot better in warm-up, so hopefully just needs to hit a couple to find the accuracy.
Trying to get herself going here, isn't she? It was a tough one last night, as you mentioned. Ran away with the match breaker in the end, but certainly wasn't having things her own way for quite some time. And Raducanu, who was due to play today, but pulled out of the event. Pulled out of her final singles match anyway. Ability just to rush Jones on that forehand side and do enough with this particular ball, that loopy one, asking for trouble. Sound, isn't she, on the backhand side? Pretty secure. Shape on the ball. One way to improvise off the return as well. Would you believe it? 5 breaks in a row. So we begin this one. Fran Jones moves ahead again, 3-2. Break the top 200, as you mentioned, for the first time. Depth of women's tennis, I'm guessing, Anna, is as strong as it's ever been.
Absolutely. It's extremely tough to break into that top 200, and even more so with that top 100 as well. I think obviously the next goal is for her to get that 200 under her belt. I think she's in qualifying for the Australian Open as well, so this will be great practice for her to get matches against players of this level. Obviously show that she can compete and win. Gives her a lot of confidence. But I expect good things for her in the new year. She put in a lot of hard work, and as we can see here, she's got a lot of weapons. Just a few things that she can fine-tune to really help her jump up those rankings.
Yeah, it's nice. Of course, the cut for the main draw, qualies for the main draw, usually about 240, 250, something like that, singles-wise.
Something along those lines, yeah. I think this year it's going to be slightly different in terms of whether people will want to travel and things like that. But yeah, from the list I saw, I believe that she is in qualifying, so.
Both players struggling to defend the second serve at the moment. Difference in points one behind the first and the second.
Big strength, I think, for both of the players, their return of serve. And they're showing that in these first 5 games.
Good hitting from Watson. Pressurising her opponent again with the length.
Another one of Heather's strengths is she's able to absorb the pressure, turn the point around. Really good at turning defence into attack, like she showed there.
One thing I do notice about Fran Jones's serve, that a little more unique, is that she actually uses a platform stance, doesn't she? She keeps her back foot, and she starts to serve, it kind of moves up, but then as she starts to rock, her back foot actually stays. It's a little more unique in that regard.
It does. I think she's been doing a lot of work with her coach on the serve, and they found that this is the technique and the style that works for her. Like you said, not too many females use this type of platform stance, like you said.
There's a wide base here, and then before it starts, it actually, the feet almost come together.
Yeah, most players, when they hit that serve, if they move their back foot, they'll tend to move it up and join with that front foot, but she doesn't. She kind of goes halfway and then goes platform stance. But
Yeah. Another game that goes to juice, plenty of those already. Norrie continues to strike the ball in the background. Looks like he's playing with a slightly different racket today. Different frame anyway.
looks like a bit of a traffic cone, doesn't it?
It does. Wouldn't miss it in the dark, would you?
Absolutely not.
There's the first hold. More frustration for the British number 2. British number 1. It's Jo Conter. She been here this week? I've seen Dan Smethurst around. Has she been practicing?
I have seen her a little bit walking around the building. Saw her earlier going into the gym, so I think she's just getting on those weights and getting strong in preparation for the new season. You can't quite see the end courts, the curtains block them off, but I'm pretty sure I have seen her on the practice court as well, working hard.
One of the better shots of the day. It's a good, solid game from Heather Watson. As she tries to mount the comeback in this opening set. It's been good stuff from Fran Jones, though. Who leads 4-3. Of course, the WTA calendar kicks off in Abu Dhabi. In 2021, that'll be the first event for the women. It's going to be strong, though, as we expect, given the fact there's not too many events for the players to play in. And then, of course, still yet to be filled in as to what will be post-Australia with regards to events. So it's February, March period. Remains to be seen what tournaments will be put on and what tournaments can be played, what can't. The racket's going to be sent away here. Fran Jones going to get a restring.
Pressure's on Peter Dalton to get this strung pretty quick.
Should tell you on court 1, Jodie Burrage has won the opening set against Naomi Brody. 41 minutes in play there, 6-3 for Burrage, who was beaten, as I said, yesterday by a lady we're watching today here. Time to play the drop shot with your opponent on the back foot, much higher up the court, so the risk factor is a lot less. It's a shot Heather plays well, doesn't it?
You can tell when she's feeling confident as well, because she likes mixing up and adding that drop shot in. And like you said there, she executed it incredibly well and picked the right time to hit it.
Wow, well, there's some strike.
Moving incredibly well, cuts off that angle and just threads the needle down the line.
Asking about the serve, I think, whether it was good or not. It was tight. Very well played. Apologies for the language. It was a tidy finish, wasn't it?
It was. I think that's something that she's been working on in pre-season as well, coming forward to finish points at the net. As you can see, it's been a big area of improvement in her game.
Good tennis again, outmaneuvering her opponent. She builds on the lead as Fran Jones here. Solid two-hander she has, doesn't it?
Yeah, she gets incredible racket head speed on it. Just at contact, really rips the ball.
Looks like there's a decent amount of spin to it as well. Doesn't look like the kind of nets in play a whole lot.
Again, that's one thing she's been working on as well, just getting a little bit more shape on that backhand, and you could see it there, it really was working.
Need to go for quite so much off that pass though.
Got to make the volleyer play that first volley. Wasn't necessarily the best approach shot that Heather's hit, but that presence of coming in forces the error from Jones.
Accuracy to the serve, the ball moving out of the reach of her opponent. Spin to it. And again, having had a plethora of breaks at the start of this match, we've had a host of holds as Watson hangs on and stays in this first set. 5-4. It's been a good contest so far. I think Fran Jones in many ways kind of picking up where she left off yesterday to an extent.
She definitely got the hours on court yesterday and hit enough balls, so she's just transferring that into today. It's just going to be a case of whether she could replicate the intensity that she brought, and she most definitely has from the first point. Heather's just sticking in here, finding a way to stay in this first set rather. But she'll feel confident, returns at one of the strengths of her games. So the onus is going to be on Fran to come up with some big first serves here.
Reminder, Heather Watson with a win here today will win this event. She'll top the table. Premier League, Battle of the Brits Premier League event here at the National Tennis Centre. Fran Jones to try and shut the gates here in this first set. Just backed off a little off that one. Similar story there as well. Level hasn't dropped a whole lot so far, but chance here.
Just overpressed a little bit on those last two forehands. Maybe feeling the scoreboard pressure just a little bit.
Not sure whether she got her foot stuck or just got caught, but certainly a good defensive chip, but it's caught out of position.
Hopefully she didn't go over on her ankle, but she looks like she's alright.
Her positioning, wasn't it? She just covered the middle. Just didn't expect it to come back with the interest it did. Quality slice nonetheless. Break points. Heather Watson able to break back. And Fran Jones not able to put this set away. Good opportunities. Allowed Watson back in.
And showed her experience in that game, just didn't give any free points away. Make sure she hustled for every point, and she saw with that slice backhand as well, she was able to turn the defence into attack. Did extremely well to get the break.
Just constantly applying the pressure with the forehand. Jodie Burrage applying quite a bit of pressure as well on Naomi Brodie, setting 3-1 over on court 1 right now. Fran Jones is struggling a little bit with that foot problem. At times it's just doubled over. Not the ball that she would expect to miss. Wasn't under a whole lot of pressure either.
See the frustration boiling over just a little bit. Annoyed that she missed that. She's normally so good on those defensive balls.
Breaks aplenty. It's been the theme really of this first set. Could be another one here. Again, snatching at the ball a little too readily. Still got the chance to break here. Got the come on in nice and early there. before that could be called. It was a good strike. Served a lot of the damage.
Taking that backhand nice and early as well. Taking it at the top of the bounce, using the pace from the return and redirecting it. Lovely.
So back to deuce. First serve beginning to fire. That could be crucial. And it's been a while, but Heather Watson is in front in this first set. 6-5 it is. Leaning back ever so slightly off that one. First time she's been behind really in this match.
Feels like Heather's got a little bit of momentum here. She's really looking to hit home that advantage. Important that Jones doesn't let her get that momentum here.
She read it and she got behind it beautifully. Good balance.
Maybe Heather could have closed just a fraction. But again, like you said, she got behind the ball extremely well, and massive difference between 15 all and love 30.
That is exceptional. That is really good hitting. Nothing Watson could do about this.
There's that power on the forehand, especially that down the line one that she was able to hit through the court, just open it up, and Watson didn't stand a chance.
Too good. It is actually 40-30 for Jones. All things considered, that's a quality game. First time she's been under a bit of extra pressure. I like what she's able to produce on a tennis court. Good attitude, intense competitor.
And she stays brave on those big points as well. Easy to get a little bit passive.
Blood maybe on the finger of Fran Jones. Could be problematic. This tiebreak has got away from her though.
Just see the experience from Heather coming out in these first 3 points. She just knows when to turn it up a level.
Applying the heat here. Burridge also applying the heat on court one. She is a game away from a comfortable victory over Naomi Brody, a set and 5-1 over there. test over the last couple of days as Heather Watts had things far from her own way yesterday. Same story out here today. Convincing finish. Really hasn't dropped her level a whole lot, has she, throughout the course of this opening set?
No, I think both players have maintained a pretty high level. I think it's just come down to a couple of points here and there. Watson's just able to hang in there when James was serving for that first set. But this tiebreak could go either way.
Just asking the chair umpire as to what the plan of action here is. We need to see the trainer. Set well over an hour now. A few times she's not been able to get underneath the forehand. So I wonder if that was to do with the issues he's having with the finger. It's Watson though that's dictated proceedings in the tiebreak. He's got set points. It's Heather Watson that does take a highly entertaining opening set. One that she had to work very hard indeed to secure, in a difficult position throughout, but she prevails to take it on the tiebreak, 7 points to 2. Fran Jones has got her restring back. Not sure what the issue here is. Is it grip or?
I did hear her mention the grip. I'm not sure whether she just needs to make sure that she has time to change it. Looks like she is changing the grip. Maybe doesn't want to change the actual racket.
Jodie Burrage has just wrapped up victory over Naomi Brody, 3-1. Burrage coming through today. And the last of the matches over on court 1. Play concludes there, so we are all eyes on court 3 for the last remaining match. Heather Watson a set away from winning this Battle of the Brits Premier League event. Anton Matusevic, the somewhat surprising winner of the men's event here this week. Fine effort from Anton. Beating Jack Draper this afternoon. Wins over James Ward as well. It's been very well organised. Another excellent event for an opportunity for British players to compete when there haven't been anywhere others around. Ideal preparation in terms of match play. 3 or 4 matches each player has received this week. Grip of the racket complete, almost. Need a bit of assistance here. There you go. Don't see that too often, do you? Anyway, we got there in the end.
I've done that multiple times, so you're trying to put a grip on under time constraints and all of a sudden the sticky end gets stuck to the other end and you just can't get the grip on.
One thing she did have was a pretty good grip of that first set for a large part of it. Doesn't need to do anything different, does she, out here? You wouldn't have thought.
Not at all. I think just keep doing the same what she's doing. Just make sure at those big points, just stay brave. Keep being aggressive.
As you said, this is just such a good opportunity for Jones to test herself against someone who's top 50 in the world. There or thereabouts. Used to the ball that they hit. What's coming at them, where you learn about where you need to improve, where your game's at.
I think that first set tiebreak will be a big learning curve for her. I think you could just see the difference in experience. Watson just knew when she needed to turn it up a notch and when she needed to be solid, and that was pretty much the only difference between the two in that first set.
good news for Jones is, I guess in the big picture, she has a lot of weight to shot, doesn't she? She's not short of weapons.
Not at all, as you can see here, hitting big from both sides. I think it's just important that she doesn't become one-dimensional. Got to keep adding that variety. I think when she's hitting her forehand best, she's changing the shape a little bit, getting those angles as well.
Now the question is, can she keep it up? Can she sustain the level? Because one would imagine that the level she's produced out here is not the level she's used to playing at, is it?
Probably not. And also after the match yesterday, it's about 2 hours and 45 minutes. I think she's going to be pretty tired.
Quite get to that one, did she?
No, she didn't. I think maybe the legs are just feeling a little bit tired.
Looks that way, doesn't it?
Yeah, just maybe it's just dropped off a percent or so, but against these top players, that's all it takes, and they can exploit those openings like you saw.
Gotta hang in there, under pressure now. That's well played. The Watson may well have broken the resistance of Fran Jones out here. Long way to go still, but it's certainly looking good. Very cool shot under pressure, that.
Smart play going back behind as well. The obvious shot would have probably gone to the open space, but forcing her to try and go back behind is always tricky.
Miles on the clock here, Fran Jones.
I think this is a definite tactic of Heather to try and get her moving as much as possible.
What a quality point that was.
I think both players are pretty tired after that point. Covered most of the court there. And Heather thought she just double bluffed her, but Fran stood her ground.
Magnificent strike again. Such a heavy hit. Loaded with work on the ball. Not to be. As Heather Watson maintains and extends the lead. It's 2-love here. It's just a case for Heather really the next couple of weeks, Anna, of keeping it ticking along. Just getting as many balls as she can.
She looks in good shape. She looks pretty match tight, judging by these last 4 days. So like you said, just keep putting in that hard work and she looks pretty ready to go for the new season.
balls that she was making in the first set suddenly becoming a little tougher.
It's that constant pressure that Heather's able to apply to an opponent. She doesn't give you many free points, and over the course of the match that become pretty draining, especially when you're feeling physically not quite at the top and slightly fatigued. It gets pretty hard.
Little afford those sorts of mistakes as she finds herself in an ever more perilous position here. Watson with 2 more break points. Just falling away from that one. And Heather Watson in total command right now as she looks to win this event. She's a set and a double break to the good. So 7-3 love, Heather Watson on course for victory here. 4 wins from 4 for her as well. Singles wins. She also has actually put together a very good doubles career, isn't she, Heather? One of the few really top women at the top of the game that's played both consistently. Oh, that's quality. Just hasn't quite been able to maintain it, has she, in the second? Physically, as you mentioned, it feels as though there's been a drop.
Heather's been impressive though. She's been able to maintain that level. You wouldn't say she's necessarily had to play better in the second set, but she's just been able to be so consistent, and physically she's been there every single point, which has made it tough for Fran to keep going. And like you said, just looking a little bit fatigued out there.
Where do you see Fran Jones being a year on from now? Obviously a lot depends, Anna, on what events can be played, but from what you've seen from her, not just here but over the course of the time you've watched her play, where's her ceiling, do you feel? Or where could she get to?
I think she's got a lot of potential. I think you always look at someone when you talk about reaching the top echelons of the game. Have they got weapons? Are they able to out-hit opponents? Can they move incredibly well? And as we've seen over the last couple of days with those forehands and backhands, she's got huge weapons. I think it's just about adding a couple of little elements and fine-tuning things. I think the movement can improve, but you know, definitely see top 100, and if she can stay fit even further.
Competitively, as a competitor, she seems to be pretty tough as well.
Absolutely, I definitely think that that's one thing that you're going to get from her day in, day out. That work ethic, the drive, the dedication. Like you said though, it's just about staying fit and healthy. She hasn't really had a consistent period where she's able to string tournaments together, so I think that's going to be the next step for her. And obviously, like she proved when we came out of lockdown and she was able to play a few weeks in a row, she definitely had a lot of success and won a lot of matches, so that kind of gives you a little glimpse into what she can do if she can stay fit and healthy.
Careful there, careering towards the chair umpire.
Hopefully she's not cramping just out of screen. You could just see her stretching.
Yeah, few issues with that post-match, we're told yesterday. Not easy.
She might have to be getting in that ice bath later.
Hangs on and gets her first game of this second set. 4-1. Heather Watson and a set to the good.
Interesting that she's choosing not to sit down as well. Again, I don't know if that's just to make sure that she doesn't cramp and keep those legs moving.
Yeah, no sit down for Jones. She'll just keep herself going out here. You've enjoyed our coverage here this week. And available on the YouTube channel and what's left of it. If you do want to get in touch, drop us a line, you can on the remainder of this match. Looks as though Heather Watson's going to put a seal on the day. Just a case of adding the finishing touches here. Leave anything out there, does she, Fran?
Just the racket on the court. No, she will 100% chase everything down and give everything she's got until that final point.
That counts for a lot, doesn't it? You know, it feels like it should be a given at times in this sport, but you play somebody like Fran, you know when you go on court against her that it's going to be hard work. You're going to have to be dialed in every single ball.
I think just a little bit of a dispute about the line call.
You've got to give credit for Jones for making a miss. Yes, it was a ball she would have felt she would have made 9 times out of 10, but just the work and the discipline to find that extra ball to keep her in the point. So Watson ticks off another game. One more required to win this Battle of the Brits Premier League tennis here at the National Tennis Centre. So well organised by Mary Greenham and Jamie Murray, and the LTA all have had their role to play in putting this event on. What do you think Jones will take from this match, Anna, overall?
I think she's got to be pleased with her level. I think she's shown, especially yesterday in the first set today, that she can hang with Heather, she can hang with Jodie, so she's got the level. I think that's important to know, that your top level is as good as that. I think she just needs to learn that you've got to be able to keep this up for 2-3 sets and keep this level and intensity, and she can't have that drop off in this second set like she has done. But I do think there are a lot of positives to take, and hopefully she is able to see that. I'm sure her coach and her fitness trainer will be watching as well, and they'll be able to learn and take whatever they need to and move forward and practice that, and hopefully get her in great shape for Australian Open qualifying.
Watson's been taking charge off the second serve, especially in this second set, a lot more.
Looks like she's been a lot freer in the second set as well. Been able to go after her shots just a little bit more.
That's a good hit. Wasn't easy to get Heather off balance, but she did it nicely. she will get a little more court time out here. So plenty of that over the last couple of days. As Fran Jones doubles her tally in the second. It's Watson that'll serve for victory at 5-2. British number 2, of course, behind Joe Conter. It's a good group of British women now that have tried to push up the rankings. Not easy this season, obviously, to do that. See now well Raducanu can play again this week. We watched her closely in the summer. She looked to be, continues to improve. Just a case of getting out there and competing, hopefully in 2021. So Watson to serve for victory, 5-2. Look at a couple of second serves. Again, just not managing to execute. And once again, finding her defenses breached by the quality ball striking of Heather Watson. Two match points. Would you believe that? Anywhere in the court would have been good enough. Fran Jones was looking to take evasive action after this shot. She's gifted her on the way back in. Good second, wasn't it?
Very aggressive. I think she wanted to make up for that previous forehand that she missed.
Didn't allow Fran Jones the opportunity to go after it. Is she going to make amends as a third match point? Heather Watson completes victory here and completes another win. 4 from 4 for her this week. She is the Battle of the Brits Premier League of Tennis champion on the women's side. It was a quality contest. Lots to like about the way Fran Jones plays. You can see how physically testing it's been for her. But Watson comes through in straight sets, and that was a great way to finish, Anna.
It was fantastic tennis, and Heather's going to be so pleased with not only how she performed today, but especially in those 3 other matches as well. Can take a lot of positives, as can Fran Jones as well. Even though she's slightly limping to pick up her towel, I think she'll be pretty happy with her 2 days work. Got some good tennis and got a lot of court time on the match court, which he needs before Australia.
Yeah, it's been hugely beneficial these last 4 days. Once again, we say a big thank you to Mary Greenham and Jamie Murray and all those at the LTA who have worked exceptionally hard in very challenging times to put another Battle of the Brits on, 3 this year, that have provided invaluable competition for all the British players that have been able to compete once again. And we will certainly wish the players, and indeed those of you at home watching, a happy and healthy Christmas, and likewise a enjoyable and hopefully healthy 2021. We hope you've enjoyed our coverage here from the National Tennis Centre. From Anna and myself, Nick Lester, will say goodbye for now.